Hello, good friends, how are you? I myself find myself at work late at night. No, it's just 7 o'clock, isn't it? I am at work, however, you can't really see it aside from some people walking by somewhere. I live in Leuven. Well, I live in Bierbeek, but I work in Leuven, so it's close by enough. And what you can see behind me is the Leuvense Ring. Aside from that, the beer I'm drinking today, and I have to say thanks to my buddies who brought me this beer stuff. It's a bier van hoge gisting. Goesting. It's a pun on Belgian pun. It's Coccinelle triple. This thing. No idea how it's gonna taste, but a triple can't be bad. 8%. And I found a glass at work that can hold beer, so here we go. Cheers, I cheers you, School. Tasty. Tasty, and it tastes like beer. Nice. What else do we want there? So in the title you can see I wrote that we're gonna do this thing today, or at least we will try to do that. So a challenged player can accept a challenge. We'll do that. I've got nothing in there to do because it's sort of obvious, at least I hope so. So once maybe I should first set up my code a little bit. By the way, we also had a knowledge sharing afternoon at the last Friday of the month. So that was last week Friday, and it was all about security right here in this office. And someone told me, as I was explaining how I implemented security in Scrambled, the application, they told me, well, I think I can make an application that basically intercepts or just acts as if I'm sending stuff to your domain. And in that case, the cookie will just be passed along anyway. So really what happens is that it's a cross-site request forgery thing happening there. And we can avoid it by doing or by configuring some stuff with CSRF or CSRF. But let's not do that today. Today let's keep it a little bit fun, or more fun, I should say. This thing is still up and running. I think our I don't know for sure. Yeah, this one is also still just live, so let's figure it out if we're still, yeah, nice. So we do login. Let's use, I don't know, or maybe that's a bit too big. Who hasn't logged in yet? Mr. Rat, maybe? Guess it's Mr. Rat. Yeah, there we go. They do not yet have a nickname, so let's register them. So that was from last time. We can challenge players by clicking on their names, not on the rank, but on their names. So when you do that, you'll set up a challenge versus Carmelite for this in this case. So let's go. No Discord. Challenge. So now I've challenged Carmelite as Mr. Rat. So now Carmelite should try to log in and then accept the challenge of Mr. Rat, basically. So that's what we'll try to do today, is to accept a challenge. I wonder where, what's a good place to start? Maybe it's in the UI or something? I guess you need to be able, when you want to be able to do that, you need to like get a list of challenges. Now that I think of it, maybe there's already something there to do exactly that. Oh man, and I should put some work in making this into an actual story map. There's the beer bike that passes by. Blah 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 blah. So, ooh, this can be turned green. There is no accepting of challenges, which you'll need to do to be able to report. Yeah, so let's put it right next to it or something. Can accept a challenge, I guess. I wonder why I didn't I never added that part. Maybe it's just auto accept or something. It's a bit weird, huh? Let's do the accepting of the challenge first, no? Because then you'll be able to, in fact, actually accept the challenge. I wonder if we shouldn't quickly do that, the stuff to make this into an actual story map. Let's try to do it. It shouldn't take that long. Alright, here we go. So then I have that to demo as well here. Not Kanban, but story map. Here we go. I don't know what's happening. Oh yeah, sure thing. Get app. Select a team. I can't even select a team. Am I still logged in fact? Because maybe I'm not. Weird. think I am logged in. Or maybe you don't, you can't get apps as a private user or something. I bet it's that. Okay, then I won't be able to show it to you, but it's a really handy feature if you've got like an organization account or a team account or something. Yeah, anyway. So this is the stuff that we'll do next, huh? Or maybe I considered the accepting of a challenge in there as well. I guess, I don't know. We'll never know, whatever. In any case, it's something that we'll do today. So let's start from the UI maybe. So first of all, let's build a page where you can see your current challenges. So maybe instead of the recent matches, we'll put challenges or something, challenges to accept. Oh, wait. In Figma, we had some layouts for that, if I remember correctly. Have to log in first. I guess it's with let's do next launch. Well, I just did this. There we go. Scramble GG. Which one was it? This one? Don't remember. By the way, if you haven't found your way just yet, feel free to join the Discord. Okay, let's check it out. So we've got nothing here, maybe something in here. Yeah, voila. Accept challenge page. Look at this. But that's when you already have challenge. Ah, yeah, there's the pending challenges. That's the one that we're missing. And I believe in our home page, voila, we also have it here. So that's probably the stuff we'll add now first, and then, you know, make sure it's there first, and then should be okay. So a pending challenges table. We'll add it to our home page. Where do we want it? Let's move that all the way over here. Then we can see the result, the fact that it's underneath the recent matches table. Maybe that's just about it. Okay, so we have a recent matches. I guess what we could do is get rid of it, and then this will become view pending challenges table. Pending challenges table. So this is really the view of that stuff with the model, and then our current table doesn't really render anything yet. So let's first maybe not use this thing anymore. So we don't want to use the sort table stuff anymore. And instead we want base. Oh shit. So not leaderboard table, but let's have a look-see there. Maybe we can copy paste it, huh? Ooh, the rank as string, I don't think we use it anymore in our home stuff. I could have sworn I just saw that here. We don't need that anymore. At least I don't think so, otherwise stuff would stop compiling anyway. So here, let's not you. So instead of leaderboard table, we've got a padding with that thing as well. So we copied starting from padding. This becomes pending challenges table. And this should take pending challenges, which doesn't have a rank, but what did we want to show in our Figma thing? Oof, yeah. There's a game type in there, some random stuff like versus, that's fixed, then the player name, and then the when. And when is our what we called appointment, I think, from before. And basically that's the stuff we wanted to fill in, to just have filled in. So it needs just an any kind of object, but it needs game mode or something. Game mode, I don't remember what we called it. Yeah, game mode, nice. A nickname, so that's your opponent. Instead of nickname, let's do opponent name or something. Yeah, and then we'll also need opponent ID probably, so that we can generate links to click on it and accept those challenges. So it's not opponent ID then, but challenge ID. And then an appointment. So maybe let's move challenge ID a little bit up. So we've got game mode, opponent name, and appointment, which is a string. And then at the very beginning, it should have a challenge ID, yeah? And we can click on that stuff. All right. And then for columns, we want game mode. Forgot what it was called. Is it just game mode? Sure. Here we want this padding to be used, of course. And the way that we're gonna visualize that, we don't need to do this stuff because entry.rank doesn't exist. And instead we'll I guess we sort of want to do game mode as string then. Of game mode. This thing doesn't exist just yet. So if it is, we can generate, no? Oh. Thought it was like dual or something, no? If it is dual, then dual. I think we did this elsewhere before. Yeah, I bet it's in the challenge screen. Challenge mode as string. It's basically this part. Let's copy it for now and then change it whenever we actually need it. There we go. So this one isn't used just yet. And the nickname, we don't have a column. Ah, it's a single column in fact. It's a single column. And I don't know if I should render it as a quote-unquote a table. Maybe let's keep it a table because that's what it is, I guess. But then just render one one single column, and then a way how to render it. Here I think we don't want shrink, but we want fill. It shouldn't have a title, in fact. Oh, that's difficult. Or the rank should be, sorry, the header should not be called that, but should be called pending matches. Pending challenges, sorry. Something like that. Save this part as well. What's next? So basically we want a full entry. So that's just part of it, the game mode as a string. So view entry. So that already works, but now we need to do some other stuff, such as what we can do is write a let-in expression where we assign this to game mode, I think, and then we can just return game mode here. Now we've got one complete string. Okay. So that's that. Then we want the, maybe that's better to copy it. So like blah versus blah and then blah. Something like that. So we've got game mode first, then we've got versus, and then we've got opponent, and then we've got appointment. I don't remember if you've got string interpolation in Elm. I don't think you do. So we'll have to do something like this. There's probably an easier way to do that, like with string join or something like that. But this is special and fixed. Okay, and opponent will become entry, not... we don't have something for that because it's not a thing yet. We can't in fact do anything about that. So, we can type alias this. So this would be pending challenge, and then type alias pending challenge equals this. And then we can reuse it here. Maybe we should rename it to entry. Will be a little bit easier. And then we do have auto completion, I hope. Haha. Opponent name and then entry dot appointment. Voila. And now what we need to do is call this one, the pending challenges table in home. Where was that? Over here. So don't render that, but render this with a list of pending challenges. So we can set up a dummy stuff for that. I think this is not gonna be an integer but a string, so here it should be something like dual. Don't we have that anywhere? No. Snarf appointment. Maybe game mode was also a string or something in oh no. And it's listed in challenge. I don't know if I want to do that. I guess we could do that from home, can we? Then I want another one. Voila. And now we just render dummy challenges and that should be good. There's some issues here. Yeah. At least we no longer need these anymore. Yeah, so challenge requires base or something. What was the thing? I guess we need to put these in like a more common place. Or we just duplicate it. Duplicating it would be not a great idea. Let's maybe put it in a common type or something. And then we need an import. It's probably because in base we do an import of yeah. This is the problem. And then we can move that there as well, huh? Pending challenges table is the one we've just defined here. No, it's this one. What the hell? Maybe there's some more stuff not compiling. So this is the one that was generated. And that's the one we've got there. And it looks a little bit different or something for some reason. Ah, maybe because game mode we've declared here somewhere. No, it's over there. Don't understand why it doesn't do that. It needs a palette, that's why. Given palette. We've got that stuff somewhere, I think. Palette. I don't know. There we go. Oh, oops. Ah, it failed because of the cyclical dependency. Looks great. Cool. All right, it looks like we've managed to make it render at least. So then the next part would be to make it. Let's maybe do a commit because. New feature. Added pending challenges table. Now let's commit this stuff as well. Imawa. Yes, amend commit then. Voila. Don't need that stuff anymore. And then here's the CSRF stuff we probably want. Alrighty, now we should be able to make it into an actual API call. And to do that, let's first write a decoder, I think, to check what sort of stuff we need. So that we can then parse that stuff. So this would be the pending challenges decoder, and it's a decoder. Oh dang. Here are those types at least, but not sure if we want those game mode things to be in here as well. Maybe they will end up there, and that would be cool. It's not very sparkling, the triple. I'm used to having something more sparkling. Now it could be because I dropped the bag a little bit this morning. I had to put one back because it was about to explode, let's say. Hopefully it didn't, because then I will have a mess at home. But yeah, it's a bit flat. That's what it is. Now let's just try to do it. So this would be a pending challenge. So a decoder of a pending challenge, and that doesn't exist yet. It should be a list, I guess, of pending challenges. And then pending challenge, is something we've now put into base. Actually, it should be this, huh? So hopefully we can do that. Alrighty. Okay, what should that look like? A pending challenge is something that has 4 arguments, so I'm gonna guess we'll need to do a map 4 or something. Map 4. Oops. And map 4 takes... How do you do that again? The inside or something? Ah yeah, we need to do a list of a single one. I always forget that. And then something like that. A single pending challenge decoder, and that then becomes a map 4 of field of something that's called challenge ID, I hope, which was a string. And then we need 4 more, and we want game mode. That's probably not something we can put in a string because it's a specific type. So for this we need a decoder that does was it a value or something? Oh. Dang it, I forget how you do that. So map also takes something of a blah into a value. So I want to create a game mode, but you can't actually do that. So I guess what we'll need to do is to use the string one to then check which kind of strings that we can accept for game mode and then map that into a game mode. I don't remember how you do that. Boy. Maybe it's not field then, but something else. Is it value? Maybe it must be decode string or something that I need to use. Nee, the decode string is elsewhere, it's higher. So the field stuff is just the decoder that decode string uses to decode it. Oof. And then int are known things, so field takes a string, then a decoder, and then decoder of an a, and I guess what value do you get out of it? Is it just a string or something? What does a decoder look like in fact? So maybe let's just try writing or just setting up a decoder. So instead of, let's just say game mode decoder, and then a game mode decoder looks like this. It's a decoder for a game mode, and then game mode decoder equals, I guess. Yeah, I think it might be just value. Don't know. No. Maybe it's this thing. Cool. This would be nicer, I guess. Where's the info? What does that stuff mean? Well, we don't have sub things yet, sub elements in our JSON just yet, eh? So we don't need to take that into account. So dict is also not something we want for now. I want to make sure that I want to get it into a specific type, Ale. So field I can't use because that takes a string. I can't do that. Maybe lazy, what does that mean? Oh, that's also not something I want. I guess it's just map, huh? Map onto a game mode. But then with what? Because that takes a decoder. So it's not map either, I don't think. It's also not something I want. At. Nope. Oh, is it just decode value maybe? Guess that's not it either. I think it's the problem that I want to transform a string value from a JSON into a type alias. But that thing just takes a string, no? So I sort of want field. Hang on. What does field return in fact? Also a decoder. Yeah, maybe if I put it into a string, does decode string? It returns a string? This returns an OK and a hello, so maybe we just need to work with a result type somehow. I think it must be this. So this is the decoder I want decode string to use. And then it should take a string. Yeah, it returns a result error and I wanted to this thing to return decoders, I guess. Because that's what the string is itself, a decoder. Okay, let's just try it. Elm decode JSON to type alias? No, not type alias, to type. This is it. Okay, so they have this. And then autoplay is probably, or playback is something they want to put there. Yeah. Okay, what then the actual... So in here, you've got that toPlayback thing with the function, which is a constructor to build a playback. But here they get... Oh yeah. So they get it as a string. So that's the thing I was thinking about as well. So how does that work then for me? Because this stuff I also have. So that just means that this part, the game mode decoder, should be a d.string because the field is in fact a string. But then I want to turn this into a game mode. So to game mode or something. And then we've got a function to game mode that takes in a string and can return a game mode. Now that's basically the reverse. I forgot. And wipeout. And what do we do if it's something else? It's nothing. How do you do that? I guess I wanted to fail in that case. What I could do instead is just say anything else is wipeout or something. Yeah. I would rather interface with the error and the result type now instead of doing this. Yeah, this is a rabbit hole, huh? Maybe what we could do is use this or something. I don't really know. Let's see how string works. In fact, if we do the string decoder, really it just uses decode string. Yeah, I think it's really this that I need to do. Use decode string. But it's from Elm kernel though. It's not from the... Yeah, I don't get where this decoder is coming from, in fact. What the hell? Coming from here or what? Or is that just a recursive type or something? It's confusing as fuck. I never understood that shit. Yeah, it's from the kernel. Oh boy. Do. Weird stuff. To do would be because that's really the thing, eh? Okay, yeah, zeg. Anyway, now we just know that this is how we should try to do it. I don't know how else it would work. Really, honestly, I thought it would be really with map, but then I still don't know how it would work. Because it's impossible. It's impossible for this part to map it into a string, but then Jesus, that's it. How would that work? Oei, oei. This might not even work like at all because of this part. Okay. Okay, voila. That's what I thought, because we need to chain decoders. Ah ja, nee. That's the problem with this part. The next part takes a list. But we could say to pending challenge entry then with 4 strings, where we then translate the second string into a game mode. That's what I really needed to do then, I guess. But yeah, I just want to find how it's done normally. So I know that it shouldn't be a string. It should be something that decodes to a game mode. Because d.string returns a decoder from string to blah. Oh, maybe it needs to be the one-off one. I think this is it, probably. So we need to do we need to say one of, and then it takes a list of what? Decoders. So let's do d dot string, I think, where you want allez, one of. Problem is it still takes decoders, but then my idea was but then we can just use decode not decode string or something. It's probably not something we want to do either then. So decode string, how does that stuff work? Ah, fucking hell. Ah, yeah, you can do string interpolation like that. Ah, nee, this is something else. Never mind. I feel like I'm missing the basic building block. That's it. decode a JSON string into an Elm string. Not what we want. Bool, nope. Int, no. Float, no. Data structures, nullable. That's to combine decoders. List, nope. Array, nope. Dig, nope. Key value pairs. Also no. One or more, no. Object primitives. This also is to combine decoders. Here we use inconsistent indexes. It's also combining inconsistent structure. No. Yet more combining. Run decoders. Yeah, that's the thing. It only decodes to primitive types, but not to user types. Or is it succeed? That's always true, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, maybe we can do this. This is, oh my god, we're finally getting there. So first we do a toString so that we get a primitive type string into an Elm type string, and then from an Elm type string. So that would mean field game mode d.string. Which is then piped into a, and then to game mode. So that's d dot and then that one should take a string and return a decoder of a game mode. Voila. And then when it's a wipeout, we want to return wipeout, and then else we want to fail. So d.fail or something. What's your problem? That's it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. So now we need to make an endpoint that looks like this. Wait, no. We've got a decoder, but we don't have a call yet to do that, so it should look like something like that. Where we say fetch pending challenges. We don't want a string. What the hell is this message constructor thing? Oh yeah, I guess we still need that. But then we want to return a pending challenge entry. It doesn't take anything. We want the message so that we can combine. And now we just need to come up with a good pending challenges or something. Something like that. Maybe let's take a look at what we already have in our adapters, or in our controllers, sorry. Challenging, yeah, I mean, do you want to put that in here? Because this is more like to do challenges, eh? Sure. Do we have a get? Screen opened elsewhere. We do not. It's just challenge player and then that's it. Do we have it on player? Why would you open there? Fucking hell. Sorry. Let's put it in a challenge controller, but then call it slash challenge pending or something. Something like that. Sure, let's do that. Okay. I hope everything is still compiling now. That's because of our cyclical dependency that it stopped working. Okay, at least that's working. Yeah, now we need to just make sure that it works. We could, for the moment, just return a simple thing to verify the contract at least works. Maybe let's do that. So we've got a get mapping where we say, yeah, this one is fine. God, do I really need to? Okay. Exit presentation mode. Hopefully this works. Doesn't look like it's working. It shouldn't take any, but it's going to return a list of pending challenges. That thing surely does not exist yet, so you can't follow the autocomplete. I wonder if I go back to this part and then try to move. You can't even move that stuff. What if I do this? I'm rebooting IntelliJ. And as I'm doing that, I'm gonna grab myself another beer because I brought backup. It's a different one, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. With a hopverdomme IPA. Hopverdomme IPA. 7% alcohol. And it's from a brewery near Kerkom. Bink. The Bink Brewery. I'm usually not that big of a fan of IPA, but you know. In the meanwhile, I thought IntelliJ would have booted, but guess I was wrong. I feel like sometimes I always need to, sometimes I need to try to boot it twice, then it works. Yeah, this I know. It's still incompatible, but I guess they're not updating the Elm plugin anymore. Voila, ça. Here we go. Found a new shortcut to get into presentation mode. Rather than doing Command-Shift-A and typing presentation, because it was always the wrong thing. You can do Control backtick, and then you've got that menu where you do 4 and then 1. So now it says exit, but then when you're out of presentation mode, it says enter. So pending challenges doesn't exist yet, but let's create that stuff real quick. And then just provide those dummy oh yeah, we need to call it Json, that's right. Val. And now we need our all of these things, in fact. Now it almost looks like Kotlin code. Now it just straight up is Kotlin code. And we can change these into our type aliases. Oh, we do need commas. There we go. So let's just return a list of pending challenge JSONs. Oh yeah, it's a response entity we don't need because it's you can just straight up return a list and it should be okay. Yeah, now we just need to fill it in. So let's go with UID.random. Hello. This one. Then what? Game mode. Let's do something. Dual or something. Yeah, sure. Dual. Opponent name. Yo mama. Whenever you want. And let's add another one where I say CTF. We're playing against the Thundercats. Next weekend somewhere. Something like that. All right. Now we just need to, I was gonna say restart our server, but it's not running anymore, of course, because we had to shut it down. So let's do Control Option D to immediately run it in debug. And then I hope that my Docker container is still up and running. And I'm gonna take a little sip. It's not as bitter as most IPAs I've drank. So it's actually quite nice, but you know, like the thing I don't like is when I drink IPAs is that I don't know how to express it other than I can taste the metal of the cork, you know, like I think you call it a cork, I don't know actually. Kom Young, let's go! This is really just to check that whatever stuff I put in here can be parsed by Elm. So that when I do... Oh, we still need to wire it, of course. So we've got this stuff, but we can't actually test it until we try it out. So this needs pending challenge entries. But we should do that call from the home page. So when you do a home, we need to update our model, I guess, because now we don't want to just return this, right? We want to perform a call first. So we need to assume that it's already on the model. So here, instead of doing dummy challenges, what we want to do is say something like model.pending challenges. And now we need to add this on our on our model. I was gonna do command F12 to see that, but it should be somewhere here too, eh? Model, hier zijn. Leaderboard. Let's also do pending challenges, which is a list of pending challenge entries, I think. What the fuck is this one? No. We already did that somewhere else. I don't know why. That's the problem with like making dummy stuff. I don't think this ever gets called, does it? Oof. Okay, set and then as, but then nowhere else, right? Yeah. And then what about as? 3 references. And here, handle fetch pending challenges response. Shit, it seems like we already have that stuff somewhere. Fuck. When do we ever do this one? It doesn't exist, I don't think. Does it? Do we already have that stuff? Fuck you. Where would it be? Repository, leaderboard, tests. Yeah, see, I don't even have that. Oh, what the fuck? So I somehow made that code, but I never... What the hell? When does this get called? Never. Okay, yeah. Good lord. But it was wrong anyway, right? Yeah. Okay, that's cheating at them. Okay, we don't need any of this. We don't even need this. Fetch pending challenges my butt. I guess we could reuse this a little bit. Also is not used. A way to sort it, also not used. There. Don't need this. Yeah, we don't need the message type here either. We can get rid of this crap. And no. Also no. Oh my, this is becoming much cleaner already. Okay, I have something in my copy buffer that I probably wanted to paste still, but I forgot what it was. Something with the pending challenges. Handle fetch pending challenges response. Yeah, nice. Wait, before I start adding stuff there, and then these we need to just add. Get rid of that, and now we can switch much faster between them. So the as pending challenges stuff, we want to do stuff like that. Add it to our model. We did that here. Okay. Yeah, now our model needs to have 2 empty strings, I think. Yeah. Empty lists, I mean. Okie dokie. Doesn't need the empty string or empty array anymore. I guess we could have kept this part. And then put them in the home part where we've got an update function as well. This thing doesn't exist yet. We can copy that from the message that got deleted here. Oh, where's the message type? Here. Okay, now we just need to call this whenever we load the page. So that's in the init, I think. Oh, wonder how we're gonna do that. Because the leaderboard is being fetched the moment you navigate here, but then what about pending challenges, huh? So this is being called from main. Or it's a single one, huh? And when is init page being called? When the route is changed. And then also here. And here it's patched with other shit or something, right? Yeah. Yeah, and that was the issue, I think. So here it's green. And I think instead of doing the init page here, we need to just delegate it, because every time you do clear URL, init page will be called anyway, because init page is called elsewhere as well, right? Because every time you route, that would be here, I think. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Let's for now just change the init page of home. Do not just do perform leaderboard, but I think what we can do is go like that. Ella, fetch with perform fetch leaderboard and perform fetch pending. This one. Ah, voilà. Oké. Godverdomme. Ah, yeah, we changed it here. So now we need to change it here as well. Yeah, let's get rid of the perform, I guess, huh? And that we should also make consistent with the rest, probably. Yeah, it is a bit different here because we don't really put the message. So here, I think what we need to do is also say that it's a got fetch pending challenges response. Voilà, ça. Coolio. And I guess if we want to move the fetch leaderboard stuff out of here too, into API, then we should do that at some point, but I guess let's keep it for now. Should be okay. But, and now I guess it's not gonna work because we're getting two 401s because we're not logged in. Isa? 401 and a 401. So now let's log in as, I don't know, Mr. Rat or something. Or Carmelite, actually. Caramel. Yeah. Sure. And then, so we still get a 401, but that's because of the randomness of cmd.batch. But if we refresh now, ta-da! So this is just coming straight from the server, and it looks fine. Dual versus blah whenever you want. Do CTF versus Thundercats next week and somewhere. It's nice, huh? Cool. That's the front end part, I think. Okay. What do we call this? Fetching the pending challenges in home now works by calling the API. And now the next thing we should do is do all of the stuff in the backend to make it work. And then we're out of the woods. All right, so this stuff we need to work. We need to make it work somehow. Do we even have pending challenges anywhere? I guess we're saving challenges, right? So doing this is gonna be a query that we want to run somewhere. Okay, but first let's write our integration test for that. So let's add it to the challenging scenario. That makes sense, huh? A registered player challenges another player and has their score increased. So what we could do is already start the scenario for accepting a challenge or something. Yeah, or what we could do is continue on this one and then keep expanding it with other stuff that we want to do, like yeah, you know what? Let's just add it, or try to add it here. Run blocking. Oops. So we want to, I don't know. I guess it's from, we want to see the pending challenges at the opponent side. So now it's a bit different because we're creating two clients. But it's not really clear who is challenging who. Let's make this into the challenger client because they're challenging somebody else. And then this would be the opponent. Client. So if we then use the opponent client to do a what do we want to call that? Something like fetch, or do pending challenges or something. We do call it fetch everywhere, so let's try to keep that consistent. So this is pending challenges, which is a list of I think we call it pending challenge JSON. Yes. And then we want to assert that. So that's not really a great test, honestly, yeah, because what we should do is add some other challenges and then I mean between other players, and then verify that we are only getting the correct challenges. Oh. I don't care about the challenge ID. But it should be that one. It should be game mode not dual, apparently. Opponent name would be maybe not something fixed. Ah, we get the player ID only. Let's make it something fixed. I'm such a fucking cheater. This we do have, so it should be that. Okay, that's about it, honestly. This needs to become a new step. I think we put those into the steps somewhere. Client? Here we go, challenging steps. It's gonna be a similar thing, you just call it differently. It doesn't take any arguments. And it should return an API result of a list of pending challenges. And I guess we expect success to be true, right? And then I think what we can do is, instead of doing the API result stuff, because I do believe here, yeah, we're just doing that. We're using the default, so that's fine. Can get rid of that part then. We don't want a body. We do want to say challenge pending. And we just want to return it, in fact. So return. It's not a post, but it's a get. And it shouldn't be an HTTP response. Or just this. So then, I think it's such a cool library, the HTTP one, because really what happens is, because our type of our function is made explicit, this type is then passed on to this get, so that it becomes a reified type. So we can just expect, or the library is gonna try to parse whatever JSON content is coming out of that stuff to put it into a list of pending challenge JSON. And that's it, in fact. Okay, so let's try to just execute that. And it should fail because we're returning 2 challenges. And it is doing more stuff than necessary, like it's triggering the leaderboard rehydration, but we don't necessarily need that. Also, it seems as if we first need to trigger the leaderboard to get this part, but that's also not true. Well, just let's check if this is working. We might need to shut down our server. The one in debug, I mean. It's even wiping the database, so we need to do all of our register stuff again. So from this point on, we can't use the UI anymore, basically, to verify some stuff. But that's fine. We've verified it fine already. Yeah. All right. So now it's failing with the reason that I expected. So that's good. So let's try to implement it now. Our challenge controller should no longer do an explicit return of a fixed list, I want to say. So instead, what I want to do is I want to say query executor, which isn't injected just yet, apparently. And I always forget something like this and then execute. Sure. And then what we want to do is we want to query an aggregate, and we want to query so that we get a list of shit. A list of shit, not a list of shit, but a list of challenges, and then a way to transform them. So our query should be called challenge. Well, actually, no, it's pending challenges for, and then our current player. And now, where are we gonna put our current player ID? Do we just delegate that to the query executor, or do we put it in the query for now? Let's maybe put it in the query for now. Huh? So I think we can get that information out of the security context holder. This one. Sheesh. Did we put that on context? Doe me dat. Yeah, I want the current logged in player, let's say. So based on where did we do that again? We have to do that somewhere, someplace else already. I don't like that it's not as discoverable as I hoped it was. Leaderboards or we don't even have that information. Fuck. I guess this is gonna be it then. We want sort of the same thing here. But I'd rather get the player ID. Okay, let's just keep it this way for now. I don't like it. Let's try to make it work first, huh? I guess we always went from the assumption that we always needed a transform function. So maybe what I'm going to do next is I'm just gonna say use the identity. I'm not sure if that works. So I want something like because the transform should just return an aggregate. So basically this is I don't know if you can do that. How do you do that? Like, I think you're supposed to be able to do that, no? Like where you referenced it like that? Just return whatever you get as a result out of the query as R, so to speak, even if it is the same. Let's find out if we can even write it, huh? So if we want to pass it from our challenge controller, what I want to do here is make a function that just returns the same thing. So if you look at, where was it? I forgot, somewhere else. I guess we're getting, oops, we're getting a what? An external account ref from that? Nee. How come I can't see type in from here? Registered player representation. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we want to do that. Fuck me. I guess I'm gonna add a to-do real soon. In the new query that we will be writing. We're getting this kind of thing, and does this have an identity? Nee. So any kind of that just returns it. Nee. Type a variable. Did we change the contract? No. To Jason. Where does that live? Holy fuck. What does map? What are we mapping? Oh, is it because we're... Nee. Returns a list? Oh yeah. Nee, we're not returning a list at all. It says that the it type is an any, but that's a bit weird because our player by external account ref is returning a registered player representation. Expected no parameters. So just any function really on this thing. So if we add an extension function that says identity, I don't understand why I can't use it here. I guess it's because we're not really... We already have the... What's the thing called? The external account of representation? So maybe we just need to add a private external account ref. Identity function. And we just return this. So I guess that's the same, huh? So now our player is a registered player representation. And then this one we can use to fire another query. Where just execute pending challenges for player. And we're getting pending challenges representations or something, or challenge representations then. And we want to map them into JSON. So then we can say, because it's a list, we can say map using to pending challenge JSON or something. Okay, so that I want to autocomplete anyway the moment I've got some proper shit here, and that we can probably just return. Okay, so let's create this one, which is a query that we are going to put, so it should be in domain somewhere, domain core API, I think. Challenging, sure. Oh. Did I even do we keep the challenges? That's what I'm wondering now. We might not even keep challenges. Because this is a command. And it's a domain event, but I don't think we keep like a challenge somewhere. I guess, which is fine, huh? Here's a handler, which really just, I don't know, challenge repository. So we do save challenges, and it is a challenge. Here we go. But where does that live? It's just in core. Ah, yeah, of course we were an API. Oh, not very smart, are we? Okay, so we do keep the actual challenge, which has useful strings, which is good. But it appears that challenges in the API, at least, that doesn't exist yet. Here we call it challenging in the core.api. It's a bit strange, yeah. Let's rename it. Then we should create a new one saying, oh, How did we do that with the other one? Ah, we added queries. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so we've got new Kotlin file where we said challenge queries. And here we'll just add new queries. So we've got a data class pending challenges 4, which takes a, forgot already, a player. So let's import it and then generate it. Yes, Marcel, it is indeed Kotlin. How are you doing? Let's add a constructor, huh? Using a registered player representation, sure. We can fix it later. Ooh, can we maybe get an ID? We can get an ID. That's much better. Much better. Okay, so get rid of that stuff. Yeah, we do need to do this, I'm afraid. Oh, we're 9 PM and you're leaving the office just now. I haven't left the office just yet. But that's cheating, of course. It's because today I'm streaming from work because I was supposed to do a technical screening of someone that was interested in a position at our company. But they failed to show up, I'm afraid. So I hope they're okay, because they seemed enthusiastic in their first meeting, so it's a bit strange. But then being tired at 9 PM, that's fine, I think. Must have meant that it was a good day for you. That's cool. Right. So now we've got a data class for let's maybe not call it ID, but something like so I am the one being challenged. How do you call that? Player being challenged, maybe? And then I guess if it's null, it doesn't make sense to be null. So what we want to do here is transform it, and otherwise it's an empty list or something else. So this stuff we need to let player or P or something, I don't know yet. And then if it exists, we're getting an actual ID, and otherwise return an empty list. Then you don't exist, but that's fine. And now we just need to fix this a little bit. Here we need to apply a transformation function. Challenged player or challengee? Ooh, challengee. Challenged player is better. What's up, Crypto? Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, we don't need this now. It's just failing on another part. So if we have a player, then map it and try to continue to search for their challenges. Otherwise, just return an empty list. As if we couldn't find stuff. Yeah, I'm also quite good. I was just explaining to Marcel, who was leaving his office just now at 9 PM. that I'm still at the office, but I wanted to combine interviewing a candidate with live coding, but then the candidate ended up not showing up, so it's okay. And Marcel works from home, but the CEO comes to the office today to meet my team. Oh, nice. Company is from the US and my team is from India. Oh, yeah. A lot of meetings to design the architecture. That also sounds like a time zone issue, and damn. Jesus, Crypto, you worked until 1 a.m. That's hopefully a one-time thing, because it's definitely not sustainable. At least I don't think. Damn. Oh man, it's brutal. I guess I'm sort of happy that I don't have that kind of accountability feeling or responsibility feeling. Yeah, they didn't show up indeed. So I really hope that they are okay, because they really seemed enthusiastic about the position. So it's either that something happened and that they became ill or whatever, or there was a miscommunication. That's too bad. That happens a lot with candidates from India. Now you know, who knows what they're all going through over there. We need to say that this is a query, of course, of challenge representations, which we don't have yet, I don't think. This one, which supposedly has an ID, but that's what we said before. It's the to-do that we've got everywhere. This makes no sense. Like absolutely no sense. They didn't send a message, no. I can't call them because it's impossible for me to make calls because my microphone of my iPhone is dead. And I'm getting a new one, or I ordered a new one. And it's only there next week, I think. Somewhere next week I can... And they didn't have any other contact details, but it's like with an in-between company, you know, like a headhunters agency or whatever you call that thing. So maybe something went wrong over there. That was my guess, in fact. Like they probably have called them, and then that agency didn't call us back to say that there was something wrong or something. We will see. I don't remember why we're doing representations. Why can we not just... yeah, because we don't want to expose challenges from our impl directly. So now we need to copy over everything, basically, of a challenge. But maybe we don't want this. Maybe we want a pending challenge only. And then for a pending challenge, we only want the challenge ID. Don't think we want this. At least it's not useful yet. So this would be us. This would be the person that challenged us, but we weren't using it in our Elm stuff just yet, at least. That was an API that we wrote that somewhere, huh? Yeah, just the name. Ah, we want the name. Even better. Now we need to go fetch the name. Yeah, I don't want to do this like this at all. So we probably don't want to go via the domain for this one and straight up use a DAO. So then let's just return all of these for now. Challenge ID, game mode, opponent name, and then an appointment. So all of these, I guess. So this would become a challenge ID that we have. Game mode we also have. Then an opponent name we don't yet have, which hopefully is a useful string so that it's not empty, yeah? And an appointment suggestion, which should also be a useful string. And all of the rest can go. They have to give 90 days before leaves, and they let their current company about leaving, and in the meanwhile they do other interviews and ask for more money. So they already had accepted my offer, but I have no guarantees they will join. I used to develop stuff in Groovy because of Jenkins pipeline. Yeah, Groovy. Me too. But yeah, it's dynamically typed, so ew. No, just kidding, yeah. But yeah, so this is Kotlin and not Groovy. So the difference between those two is that Kotlin is better. Just remember that Kotlin is better than Groovy. Very important. Oh yeah, the beer I'm drinking. You probably missed it, but it's this one. It's the Hopverdomme IPA, which someone gave me as a gift the other day. And then at the start of the stream, we already finished this one. I prefer that one actually. I almost always prefer triples over IPAs. Anything is better than Groovy. I don't know about that. I think I'd still prefer Groovy over JavaScript, for example. I don't know. It's been a while. It's a bit too random. I don't know Groovy for sure, like properly. Alright, but in any case, these pending challenge representations, they need to be transformed somehow. So what we could do is do this.toJSON or something, and then add a toString or a toJSON function here, or say fun these things to JSON should return a pending challenge JSON, and then we can say, we can just do return this, and then, or we could copy over all of them. Let's import the representation, and then don't do that, but do pending challenge JSON. And then all of the stuff that we have here, we should be able to use that here. A little bit. So these are useful strings, so we need to do value on that. Then we've got regular strings, and there we go. Something still wrong here for some reason. Ah yeah, we need to, of course, use map using this function, and then get rid of these, and I think it should compile. Wait, for some reason. Oh yeah, okay, I think this is the issue. Should return a list, of course, of those things. We had that somewhere else already, yeah, in the player stuff, maybe. Player repository? No, in the controller. Player controller. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't think we need to do this, right? We can... I mean... And it does look exactly the same, huh? Oh yeah, we needed to do that to use this stuff in any case. Oh, really? Where is it also an extension? Or like, where is it a member and where is it an extension? I don't see that. Good eves. Ah, Groovy from Jenkins is custom. I didn't even know that. This is not the default compiler. They had changed to implement the sandbox for Jenkins, and because of this sometimes you got weird parser errors. I don't even remember that. But we're using a Jenkins file at the project that I'm on now. And I think it's fine. If you use the linter of Jenkins itself, then you're good to go. And if you don't need too much custom stuff, well then you're writing build script, which should be inside of your build file somewhere, right? Instead of in your Jenkins file. That's something, I think that's something also that they say as a best practice or whatever. But what is going on here? So that's this one, I think, eh? But where's the other one? I mean... Oh wait, this is no longer... I'm a little bit daft, aren't I? So this over here refers to a pending challenge representation and not my challenge controller. Well, there you go. Ah, you use libraries so you can reuse in your pipeline code. Yeah. Nice. Aren't you afraid that when you have to switch from CI tool That's gonna take so much work. Or you'd have to depend on something that can also run Groovy code or something like that in your pipelines. Like what if, I don't know, I think it's a fair guess, like if you switch to GitLab or GitHub maybe, and you want to use GitOps or something like that, like their actions stuff. I guess it's a completely different paradigm anyway, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not a good reasoning there. You'll want to refactor a bunch of stuff then anyway. Okay. Now we just need to implement these or this pending challenges for query, so that we can do by writing a handler for that. And I forget completely where our handlers actually live. So these are the query data classes, and those handlers, they live in the impl. I want to write a handler somewhere. Where did we do that for players? Ah, by the way, it's not a data class here, but just a regular one. I wonder why that is. Because I don't use the features of a data class for them, but controllers, here it is. So yeah, in the aggregate class itself, I just have handlers as add components. Okay, so in my, yeah, now it's a bit different then, because we don't really have, but it's important that it's an impl. That's the main thing here. Okay, so where should we put it? Well, we don't even pass the domain now. That's my issue. Maybe that's incorrect. Let's put it here. But then the challenge repository should probably it binds two types. It binds the challenges and the queryable challenges. Yeah, okay. Let's try it out. So here in challenge, we shall have a component, which is a, okay, come, import this one. It's pending challenges for a handler. It's a class, and it extends a query handler for the pending challenges for thing, and then a representation which we already used. or have defined somewhere, which is the pending challenge representation. And okay, so it needs to be a list then. Yep. Now it's this class. And then we just need to implement the handle function. Let's put this on a new line. Oh yeah, fuck. We will probably also want to inject something like the repository. So let's inject a challenge. Private val challenge repo, which is a challenge repository. Yep. And now we should just say challenge repo find pending for, and then use the challenged player ID. Yeah. Let's rename that to ID, shall we? That's one thing, and then we need to, because this should return challenges, like a challenge object, this one, I think. Alright. Yeah. And then we need to transform that into those representations. So let's do return this, and then we should map it. So maybe first, what's the problem here? You don't need to auto wire that stuff. Okay, so I guess we can put it there. Yeah, I was gonna say let's generate this function, but then it's going to end up being these kind of things. So for now, maybe let's do that. Or not. Now we can generate. There we go. Let's put them closer to each other. Make it an override so that it becomes an interface. Nee. I think I added it to repository. That's not good. I want to add it to... nee, I don't want to override it, derp. Okay. It can be to do, that's fine. And now we just need to map it. So challenges, map them by returning a pending challenge representation of the challenge using the ID of the challenge. Then the game mode, we have that. Then the forget. Opponent name, we don't have that yet. Shit, huh? Now we need to find a way to join it, and we don't have that on our repository. This is why I wanted to join. And now I can't just use the repository to do that, I think. Yeah. Here's where the framework fucks me. Because I don't want to first fetch all of the repositories and then manually do the join in memory. Yeah? I just want to return a stupid query, honestly. Yeah? Can we? Where are we here? So we are in core, but we're using a challenge repository. And challenge repository is still domain stuff, but it's I think this might be like a major issue. We can use our challenge repository from inside the challenge thing, because here we're using appending challenges for handler. But so if we don't want that, what we could do is move that out of meow and put it in meow. And the API itself, where we could use a DAO or something. I don't know, the API doesn't have a dependency on DAO either. Eh? I think we just need pending challenges then. Eh? So we can't use the challenge repository for that. And we need a pending challenge repository. Here's which then doesn't hit on an interface, which might be an issue. Because I don't want these. It doesn't matter, in fact, as long as it's an interface. Eh? So let's call it pending challenge repo. And here we just introduce a new interface called pending challenge repository, which is nothing else than an interface, so that we can have an implementation of this one in our RDBMS adapter. Ah, we've got the queryable challenges thing for that. Okay. Wacht, hè. So to get that thing straight again, we've got also a queryable players interface here, which is an API, and this is the one I want to extend. So yeah. Wait, huh? So I guess our queryable players is still in core API, so we can use that. So what if we just add a shit, where did I put that stuff here? So we move this over here. And then it doesn't become a repository, but it becomes a pending queryable pending challenges. now we can have like a proper pending challenge, which has all of those things that we had before. Where was that? And then this one should have the and it shouldn't return a list of challenges, but then a list of queryable pending challenges. And then we can just implement that using the DAO. Okay. That's gonna be a bit better. So this is a queryable pending challenge. Yeah, nice. But that we need to, yeah, voila. And this could not auto wire because there's no DAO that implements this thing yet. And then we don't need to go through here. And we'll just use a view on our challenges somewhere. But I honestly, I already forgot whatever the fuck I was doing here. Yeah, if you just look at the stuff that I've been doing, all because I didn't have small enough tests. This is worrisome. I just hope that it'll work in the end. Oh, I don't like it. So now I'm looking where I defined that. I think it's here. So this one should also only keep these. And then these should be useful strings. I'm not really sure. I think we still kept them as regular strings last time. I don't really remember. Here it's at least a regular string, but in our... Oh shit, was it here? Yeah, it's a regular string there. And the reason for that was that if we do that, then we push that contract onto our JDBI stuff. And JDBI has a difficult time dealing with these, the useful string things, because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Useful strings are not something that I can parse out of a result mapper. And then we decided to do that mapping ourselves, that I remember. Okay. So this is not just ID, but challenge ID. Then game mode, then it's opponent use. So the opponent name, and here we've got opponent name, which will just join, but we need to wrap that in a useful string first. And then finally an appointment, same thing. And I forgot if we also had like an extension function for that. Do useful string or as useful. And then okay. Okay. So now when we've got an actual implementation for our pending challenge just repository, and we do find pending for a challenged player ID, then we'll get all of these pending challenges. And for this we only need to join actually only for this one we need to join performer join, I mean. Okay, so then we'll need an implementation for our queryable pending challenges in JDBI. So we have that stuff here somewhere. Wait, not in the REST API, but here. Let's maybe copy paste it or something and then call it pending challenges DAO. And then let's clean up some stuff, because these are not queryable challenges that we want to return, but queryable pending challenge. It should implement a pending queryable challenges interface. And then this one only has a single function, which is this one. Which one looks the most like it? I think it's this one. Okay. And then we need to do the add bind stuff, where we say it's challenge. Yeah, it's opponent ID, in fact. Or we can just say it's challenged player ID. It's gonna make more sense, I think. And it should return a list of queryable pending challenges. That's good. And now we just need to change our thingamajig, our query. And to do that, I hope we can use all we can. We can, nice. Select star from, so put that on a new line. From where? There we go. So it's not just challenges that we need to check, and also not star, I think. We need to select challenge ID, so let's call it C or something, C.ID. These are all like that. We only want to do opponent ID, in fact, so let's do that already. And we want to bind it to this part, so not opponent ID but challenged player ID. We want the C.ID and then game mode and appointment. How are we gonna do that? Like that. So this was as challenge ID, I think. I hope that works. I'm not sure at all. It's not auto formatting. Shit. Yeah, I guess it's because this stuff doesn't exist. Maybe that's why. We'll see. Oh shit. Stretching it for time. Game mode does exist, and then appointment suggestion becomes this as appointment as game mode, and then this one we need to check elsewhere, so let's do it from P, and it's probably gonna be name as opponent name or nickname, I think, even. And now we need to inner join players, registered players, yeah. P on P dot ID equals C dot opponent ID. I guess that's it. Right. It was indeed a nickname. All right. Okay, so this is the final thing. It's the database query. It's a query that will be executed when we do find pending for, which is bound by this thing to query on opponent ID. This function is in fact called because we're implementing queryable pending challenges, which has a find pending for. Yeah. This is called in our handler. Okay, I think we're missing some small stuff. That might need to be a component or something. I'm not sure if that's true. Oh, yeah. Yeah, voila. Now that works as well, or should work as well. So our interface is implemented by the DAO, which then executes that query, does mapping into queryable pending challenge. These things get mapped to representations. I was gonna say, and the reason for that is because queryable pending challenge lives in API, but so does this one. So there's no actual reason to do this representation stuff here. I think this is in between when you have an aggregate in between. But now I don't need that, so I might as well just return this stuff, honestly. But yeah, it's important that we have useful strings apparently, so let's keep it that way for now. Then the result of this is used in our controller, because there we've got, I don't know why it can never be an optional, it's just either that or it's an empty list. Then this query is then executed via the controller over here, which uses that ID of the player we find based on who is logged in currently. Oh my. Then, since this pending challenges for returns representations, but those representations are not JSON objects, we say, well then map it to JSON. And to do that, we extract the useful string again. Yeah, honestly, we should just use not the pending challenge representation, but the queryable, because I can totally hit that stuff. That would make more sense. The only issue that I see now is that we don't really pass the domain, but that's fine, honestly, because what we're wanting to see is just a projection of our domain. We just project it on the fly when we do all of this mapping stuff. So, I mean, I think it can surely be simplified. But we ran a test before we started all of this stuff. So now let's run the test again and see if it works. I really wonder. So normally I was thinking, so by the way, if you haven't followed the previous streams, I'm also running, quote unquote, running an experiment where I try to write as little as integration tests as possible, or unit tests even as possible. I try to take the most extreme part, which is just running end-to-end tests. So that's why I'm only running a challenging scenario, which hits the HTTP endpoint and goes all the way through infrastructure like commands and queries, all the way down to the database, and then goes back. And now we've got an issue because some Spring bullshit. It couldn't find some handler. There's no handler to be found for queryable pending challenges. So that's probably because I didn't add an annotation on... Wait, no. I think we had config here, yeah. And I don't remember why that was. But so here we've got pending challenges DAO. But that also means that that add component annotation on here doesn't do shit. It just fixes IntelliJ's warning. Let's run it again. Great, it's not working. Why not? Ah, okay. I think it's because we're not wiping. So in our scenario, we've got this ugly thing where we say, no, we do delete. We don't have any other databases, I don't think. I mean, tables. Challenges, most challenges done, that's it. Oi oi. Something happened that I couldn't follow. Ah, it's a follow. Thank you, Asa. Or ASA. Cheers for following. We're just figuring out why this thing is going wrong. To contain only, this looks like it's correct. Ah, it's just the name is incorrect, that's all. Did I set up my thing correctly? Oh yeah, it's incorrect, right? No, it is correct. Or it should be correct at least, because here I am I am saying on the opponent client, which is RGM, they have accepted the challenge, or they haven't accepted something at all, but it should be a pending challenge for them. I guess we could also say that it's pending, even if it's if you're the one that challenged it. If you were the one that challenged, then it can also be pending for you. It's just not accepted yet. But then still, it would be incorrect in this case. I wonder why that is. Maybe the creating the challenge is just wrong. Let's figure it out. So if we go to look at our challenges table right now, so the challenger is this one and opponent is this one. So if we go to the registered players, so the opponent would be RGM. Yeah, wait, I'm not awake anymore apparently. But so not here, but in the other DAO, this one. So we want to find the challenge where opponent ID is me, but I want to join with a player that's the challenger ID. That's the name I want. I want the opposite. So now I guess it should work. I need to sneeze. Hey! Excuse me. Yay! Alright. So, if we restart our server, and I guess we wipe a bunch of shit. And I think we should probably also wipe the events. Ah, shit. That's fine. Okay. Let's go back to home. We shall do a complete login stuff. So we will log in with Mr. Rat. Voila. Mr. Rat is apparently a known player. That's incorrect. So we refresh. We should log in again. Mr. Rat is logged in. Now we can have them join the fray. Allee, fucker. Ah, I know. We never cleaned the... Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now we did. Or I think it might have been just the fact that... voila. Now it's fine. The fact that the regeneration triggered later. Okay, so if we refresh now again, no one should be in there, which is good. Even though Mr. Rat is logged in. So now we need to make sure that he is not logged in anymore. Then we need to make sure that Mr. Rat's session is gone, and we do that by going to the local keycloak. Oh. I think it's this one. Yeah, for sure. We log in with Bruce, who loves pets. Then we go to the sessions. We just log out all of the sessions. Voila. Now Mr. Rat no longer has a session either. We log in. We'll log in as Karmeliet. Sure. Voila. And now we have to wait, I guess, because 2 minutes haven't passed just yet. What can we do? Maybe, you know what, we can have 2 sessions open or something for that. I don't know if Chrome reuses cookies in incognito. I don't know that. Let's find out. It doesn't. Okay. So in that one window we were logged in as I already forgot. I think as Karmeliet. So here we will log in again as Mr. Rat. Okay. Yeah, and now we just need to trigger don't we have like HTTP requests or something? Something .http I think is like the shortcut for that. Oh. That's not it, I don't think. Or is it? Ah, voila, here we go. Regenerate triggered. We refresh. We see both players. Now I'm Karmeliet. I'm gonna challenge Mr. Rat for a duel. I'm gonna say next Wednesday at 8. Whatever. I do challenge. So remember I'm Karmeliet. I have no pending challenges myself because we do the pending stuff based on the opponent name. But if I go to Mr. Rat, who's logged in here, and here it will show that I've got duel versus Karmeliet next Wednesday. So if I then challenge Mr. Rat again as Karmeliet for a 2v2 next Thursday at 9 on Discord. You Muppet challenge, and I go to refresh here. Victory is mine. All right, so the next part would be to just click on these challenges and then accept them, but I guess that will be for next time because it's already 11. Yeah, good progress. Huh? By the way, so if I'm Mr. Red now and I challenge Carmelite for CTF. Nisa. Woohoo! What's up, Amarth? You're just here for the summary. Remember our experiment where we were trying to do as little as possible of integration tests? This time I had to change all of these files. And it's quite a lot. And it was difficult to keep my head wrapped around it. I think it might also have to do with the complexity of using CQRS and doing mapping like fucking everywhere. As little as possible of unit tests. And have as no unit tests, I guess. Yeah, just tests in general. I don't want to do tests on every layer, let's say. When I have a single scenario test, I can verify that functionality works, which is the most important stuff. But then I already was thinking about, yeah, but what in this case, what in this case, what in this case? And I never wrote any tests for that. And I didn't even try to make it impossible to do that. So yeah. The Elm part went quite well, I think. I was struggling a lot with the decoder bullshit as usual. Oi oi. Where is it? Here, this was very tricky. Because game mode is a single string, but game mode in my Elm model is a type. And you need to first transform it from a Json string into an Elm string, and then from an Elm string into an actual type. And there you need to use succeed and fail. If you can, you can't. So this took me a long time to figure it out. It's not really discoverable via the API, let's say. Or not as easy to discover. But functionality works. We can now see pending challenges on both sides after you challenge someone. Yeah, indeed. But yeah, I thought that I would be able to do something like this. But you can't. Yeah. So yeah, I wrote some stuff to fetch the pending challenges of a player. But as you can see, that the test isn't really exhaustive because it doesn't really, yeah, it's too easy to write code that fixes this basically. That was my major issue with it. Because ideally I wanted to have tested with other players doing other challenges so that at least my query was correct. But yeah, that part you should just test on your DAO, and I didn't want to do that, so yeah, I'm stuck with that now. So let's go over the changes that we had to do. Oh, there's a bunch of refactoring in there as well, so maybe that's why there's so many files. Damn, I should have probably done the refactoring or the move at a later step. This just moved, move stuff, definitely new. Let's do a little bit of a... Allee, ja. Isa. Optimize imports on everything. So what I added now was a way to, from the controller, I added a new REST endpoint, where instead of a fixed thing that we were returning, we're now first getting who's logged in. And then if we find someone, we just chain that stuff on another query executor. And we execute the pending challenges for this player. And if that stuff returns successfully, then all of the representations get mapped into pending challenge JSONs. So this we can simplify. I need to write a to-do here. To-do simplify by just returning queryable pending challenges instead of the representations. Reasons for that being is that we don't need representations when we just can use these fuckers, because we don't go via the domain. We just want to, it's just a view basically on the tables of our domain. So there's no invariance to verify again. So that's the controller. Then in our challenge queries, we added that query where we noticed that we are obligated to add an ID. Obviously, that's absolutely not useful when you just want a list of stuff to be returned. I don't think we even use this ID in the framework of running or executing queries. So then this can be removed. In the challenge repository, we don't need this. This can be cleaned up. Goodbye. So here only the move remains. The DAO, also the move just remains. No change here. In the scenario, you just saw that stuff. Steps, same thing, still move. Here we added, we had to add the pending challenges DAO bean. Then that's the implementation where we just join with the registered players to get the information of the person that challenged us as an opponent ID. And then auto mapping happens because the as stuff just works, which is neat. More move stuff. The definition of the queryable pending challenges interface, which then gets implemented by our database or DAO, sorry. More move stuff, more move stuff, more move stuff, more move stuff, more move stuff. Holy shit, okay, so in fact we didn't change all that much. We changed this, 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 not even the DAO, this, 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 and this stuff. I think that's it. So not all that many files, in fact. But it took me a while to figure it out. So let's do commit. Implemented fetching pending challenges as a view via queries. fetch. No, was it fetch? I don't remember. This was the call or the query. Amazing. But yeah, it's fun. Now stuff just works, which is nice. I might need to fix it a bit because what we can see, or what we could see in fact before, was sub. Yeah. So the aggregate ID should not be there. What's up, hash snoop? Let's get that query somewhere in here again. What was it again? The pending challenge for. So the pending challenge is for is a query you want to execute for a certain challenged player ID, and this one we just need to ignore. And the reason why it's there is because query enforces you to have an aggregate ID, which is incorrect. But I don't even remember where it's used. Here. So that's the only place where it's used. Finally, you got someone on Twitch doing some Kotlin. I'm happy. It's not only Kotlin, by the way, but yeah, if you've got some questions, feel free to ask them. But yeah, so indeed, I should probably just remove it because that's the only place where it's used. So if I do this, is that your own code requiring the ID? Yeah, so all of this is my code. And I wasn't using it. That's it. So here, where it was used in my player by ID query, this thing has an aggregate ID now, but it can just be this, and now we can get rid of that. So here are the to-dos that I wrote. which showed my anger at myself at the time. It's fun, huh? I think that's all I had to do back then. No, it wasn't. But I remember not wanting to touch that because there was like, when I was in framework code, so I was writing like, maybe we need to have a query, and a query always has, we're supposed to return an aggregate, and an aggregate always has an ID, so that means that queries always should have aggregate IDs. And then like the next session is like, oh wait, I was such a dumbass that I didn't need to do that. But for some reason I was afraid to touch it. And it seems to work, but I'm not sure if it actually does work. Eh? Let's try to compile first. And now here's where my scenario tests are great, because they, I don't need this. So apparently I also noticed it there. And same for here. Can you explain more about this project? Yeah. What was my plan for that again? I remember I remember something vaguely about making a cut in some recording that I have to then put on YouTube, and then I can just go like projects or something, and then it will direct you to the YouTube video that that explains the project. But I'm just gonna give it to you or explain it to you now. So I hope you've got some time. All right, so what was the premise? The premise is that we should be able to build a it's not stupid, a smart a smart ladder system with custom point attribution, and the main goal is to get players to play more Diabotical. So Diabotical is a first-person shooter, and the idea is that it's a very niche scene, let's say, and we want to reward players for playing the game. So basically, maintaining the player base is like the biggest thing there, and there's a bunch of users that can use it, and they all have different things that they can do. So when you're not registered, you can register, but you can also view ladder boards, etc. You can also receive challenges. Maybe I should add that here. Can receive challenge links. So that's in order to entice the player to register, etc. Then when you're registered, you can start challenging other players. They can then accept your challenge. You play the game like an actual game of Diabotical. You do match reporting, and when you do that stuff, a new leaderboard gets generated. And that's the part I'll explain next. Where was that part? Here. So, for example, if you just consider that there's a leaderboard, it doesn't make any goddamn sense, but let's consider that there's a leaderboard that rewards you for just challenging other players. In that case, every time you challenge someone, you should get a point, or you should be rewarded for that. And the way I do that is, first of all, I need to know whoever registers. They need to be in that leaderboard because they will get 0 points the moment that you register. So how does that happen? Something in the UI tells a REST API, register some under a name or whatever. Then a bunch of stuff happens to check uniqueness. But when it's like, yeah, this is a nickname that's unique, then a register player command is sent. When it gets handled, it's saved in the repository. On success, a player registered domain event is sent out of the command executor and onto the domain event broadcaster, which then says like, hey, someone, I don't care who, but someone, a player registered domain event was broadcast. And then there's a thing called the domain event to broadcast event mapper, who is interested in those things. And it stores a player registered broadcast event. So this distinction is a little bit important, but it stores that stuff into an event store. And that just holds events that any kind of leaderboard is interested in or could be interested in. And then there's just a polling mechanism that checks so let's say we've got a different leaderboard or type of leaderboard. I don't know, like a regular one. Most matches one leaderboard policy. This one is going to be interested in other stuff than just the challenges, but that one also polls, let's say, yeah? And it rehydrates a new leaderboard. And this leaderboard stuff lives in the leaderboard context, and then the other stuff lives in the management parent context. We just call it core for now. So that's the more atypical part of the thing. And the reason for that architecture is that we don't really know what is going to incentivize players. So we want to play with that stuff. Most usage of the letter A in the challenge name very, very good. It's fun for the players to also discover what they get points for. This I don't want to explain anymore because it's sort of, I just explained it. It's a bunch of quality attributes that we don't need to go over. Maybe this is a bit important. So everything is deployed as a single deployable. So the UI is, I built an Elm, but it's packaged in the static folder of the web application itself. So it just gets served as a static pages. Or that's the goal at least. And then basically just via the browser you call the REST API. And then only the core domain, aka the management domain, has a REST API adapter. As I just explained, domain events are being fired and they're being fetched by or caught by the leaderboard domain, which then stores them in an event store. And both of these just go to the same database but have a different DAO implementation or whatever to fetch stuff out of the database. And I think that's about it. We've got a Kanban board of whatever we've done before. I took a long ass time doing security, so that's probably the reason why it's so little that we've got here. But yeah, it shows our initial path. We tried to first complete an initial story map. Then we did the quality attributes. We set up a code repository, made C4 diagrams. Then we built a walking skeleton, which took a while. Added some more personas, which helped me figure out what was actually necessary, or like, yeah, help me constrain the MVP basically. And then the initial UI in Elm, and then we actually started with security for once, which I don't know if it was a good idea, but I'm proud of it anyway now. Then some, what you call it, like refactor steps. And I think it was 3 sessions ago or something where we fixed, no, this also took a long time. I think this is done now. This is done. I don't know why it's not done, but in any case, it's done. So this was quite a big story. It ended up being, and here a challenge player can accept a challenge. What we did today was show a list of pending challenges, and what we then need to do still is clicking on a pending challenge brings you to the accept challenge screen. And then what we also still need to do is accepting a challenge does stuff. I don't know, too lazy to think, but that's next. And then after that there's a bunch of stuff we still need to do. So that's the close stuff we need to do, and here's like big stuff we need to do. I have not set up CI/CD, nor monitoring, nor logging, nor GDPR compliance, nothing about that. We're currently working on this. A player can accept a challenge, and then I basically want to do all of this, and then we've got the MVP. And I am doing all of this by myself, that's correct. So the main goal of this project is for me to learn stuff. It's not a be productive thing, if that makes sense. But I'm trying to, maybe I should make it a little bit more clear of what all of the things are that I'm experimenting with. That might be a good idea. Let's add that here somewhere. List all of the things I'm experimenting with. Somewhere. Let's put that at the top. I don't know, like a green color. I don't know, yellow, whatever. Is it open source? Not yet. I was like the initial goal of this thing was to actually have it work. That was the initial goal. But then somebody else who helped make the requirements of it, basically, they already found somebody else, or I think they did it themselves. In fact, they just built their website. I think if you go to scrambled.gg or something, Diabotical community or something like that, you will I was gonna say you will find it, but I can't actually find it. Anyway, they already built this application, basically, but without the event sourcing stuff. So it's just a simple ladder, let's say, that resets every X amount of time. But yeah, so long story short, I plan to open source it at some point, but currently it is not. I also don't think that the quality is open source worthy, let's say. Maybe for learning it could be good, but as to how not to do stuff, but it's too much unfinished stuff. Yeah, indeed, I'm doing this for the learning. That's exactly correct. Here we can use the fire symbol. Fire! Exclamation point. Fire! What did we do again? Got rid of unnecessary ID aggregate. The contract on query. Yes. And I do this every Tuesday, except on the second Tuesday of the month, because then I'm usually hosting the Lean Coffees in Leuven. Put that somewhere in the description. All right. Now, by the way, there is a... I think it might work. Voila. So there's a bunch of episodes up on my YouTube, also for previous projects that are open source, in fact. So yeah, maybe you want to check out some of that stuff. I warn you, it's unedited, so you'll have to manually jump through some stuff if you want. But it might be cool. And I think I also do some code katas, which has been a long time since I've done one, in fact. In like I've done the Mars rover Kotlin kata in Kotlin when the why do you say unfortunately? That's cool though. Kotlin is Kotlin, you can learn a lot. But yeah, when Perseverance was landed, I did a fun stream of doing the Mars rover kata. Ah yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't expect anyone to contribute to those things. I just want them to learn from the repositories. But yeah, pull requests. Then nobody has ever done that, in fact. But they're welcome. Then I can review them on stream and stuff. Would be cool. Don't worry about having to contribute. Not at all. Yeah, and then lastly, maybe if you're interested, the Discord channel is where you will get spammed every time I go live. Voila. I think that's all I had to say. So, next week we continue with this part. Clicking on a pending challenge brings you to the accept challenge screen. So that would be clicking on this thing here somehow. Maybe we should just add a Hoover somehow as well. That would be cool if we can add a Hoover link. Alrighty. Thanks for joining as usual, and then hopefully see you next weekend. In the meanwhile, have a nice week and a nice weekend. And until then, peace. Bye bye.